Hello, hello, hello. I think I started early enough that I don't think anyone's gonna be here quite yet, so. Hmm. Hmm. All right. So, oh, nope, not yet. There we go. I'm gonna start off with some hand cam first. Hey, Rosuo, how's it going? We're gonna be starting off doing some hand cam. I finally got some paint supplies so I can hopefully get one of the last parts of my cosplay taken care of, or at least the parts of the cosplay that I can control taken care of. So, yeah, let's see how that goes. No, same table, sort of a different room setup, maybe. But no, this is always how this is looked. Okay, so uh, since the convention that I'm going to be going to next, Katsucon, uh, it still has a masking policy for all of guests, which is good. That's a very good thing. Conventions are not really safe yet without masks. I figured rather than go through all of the effort of make myself fangs for Dusa and do all of that other prep work, I, I could also just like put all that stuff, all of her mouth stuff, on a mask, by the way. That is Dusa up in the top right there, if you don't remember her. At this point, I theoretically have all of the outfit taken care of, which I know it's a head. Well, don't be silly. I know what I'm talking about. I theoretically have all of the outfit taken care of, though I do still need to actually try it all on and try it out, which is a little worrying. Uh, the the wig that I'll be using came in. I have the headpiece, I have the feather duster, and I'll be getting the snakes soon, which hopefully should just leave the mask. This is the mask that I'm going to be using for the basis. However, since this came in a pack of one, I figure, hey, probably better to try and test out the tools since I have not used fabric marker paint pens before. I should probably try and do those with test fabric instead. So, first let me get a pencil since we'll need one of these. That way we can draw out a bit of a pattern. And let me also get our test fabric, which, because we couldn't really find something else that was smaller to work with, is going to be this shirt. It was bought just for this purpose, but I'm still going to try and, make it look okay, I guess, because Epitome has insisted on having it regardless and keeping it as, like, an around the house shirt, so I want to still make sure it's actually kind of nice looking, ideally. Anyway, also I'm still figuring out some of the things with the new microphone, and hopefully I will not have a repeat of the issues with the stream disconnecting, but you know what? I don't know. I can't say that. We're gonna find out, I guess. The first thing I want to test is, can I... Okay, this can kind of hold a line. You can sort of faintly see it there. So, let me bring up on my screen a face forward reference of Dusa's mouth. We're going to be basically doing, because of what the mask will be able to cover, we're going to be doing nose, cheeks, mouth, fangs. I am having a little bit of trouble deciding on something, though, and maybe chat, you can help me figure which I want to do. But what I noticed when I was getting stuff together is that on the actual 3D model of Dusa that appears in-game, her mouth is always open, but when you look at her dialogue portraits, whenever you talk with her, when you look at the icon that you get when, like, you max out her social link, those are all mouth closed. So, I'm not entirely sure. Do y'all think I should make this mask, which will maybe be the first of two? We'll see. Do you think I should make this mouth open or mouth closed? Excuse me. So to give all of you an idea, you can see... Oh, actually, wait, hold on. I think I can get this up on the main screen. Okay, so this is what Dusa looks like in her chat sprite by default. We've got just the one fang sticking out, closed mouth, same nose, same cheek blush situation. But then in the actual game, on her 3D model, it looks like this instead. Mouth open, teeth and tongue both visible. There is like a very noticeable amount of back of the mouth that you can see. I'm pretty sure that we'd probably have enough with the black paint pen to do that, but it's still something to take into consideration. What do all of y'all think, though? It's something that I've honestly been kind of struggling with, deciding between those two, but it's a very silly thing for me to get hung up on at this point. I'm kind of leaning more towards the open mouth, personally. One for the tongue, one for the mouth. I've got a separate fabric paint for the color of her fangs. Let's see. Honestly, this one might actually work. Yeah, her blush is kind of like an orangey kind of tone rather than an outright... Oh, hey, Buck Boy. Her blush is more of like an orangey tone, so I think I might try and use orange with a little bit of pink, see how that looks on our test fabric. Okay, well, nothing left to do but to try and do it. Thank you for the hydrate, Bug Boy. Get my water bottle down. Alright, I'll give you all a stretch too. Find a nice small section to work with for this test. Ooh, that's sweet. Alright, so I don't know how well this is going to be visible, but it's more for me at least, and I can kind of make it out. Hope everyone's having a good day, though. Okay, and then there's gonna be kind of, it's honestly kind of a little bit of a cat mouth. Probably one of the reasons why Dusa is so freaking cute. Hey, Motionless, how's it going? And then there'll be the two things. Also, like, this pencil is not going to be nearly as useful for this as it is going to be on the mask. But, not much I can do about that. I have the tongue kind of lolling off to one side a little bit. And that is completely indecipherable. Preparing for 2 days of a deep freeze. Vermont will resemble Jotunheim. Well, I wish you luck with your new giant neighbors, and I hope that goes well for you. Okay, how am I gonna start this? Yeah, I hope you're prepared to stay inside. That's not something I would wish on anyone. Just to test how these things work. Okay. Pretty straightforward so far. Doesn't have to be perfect or even good, really, because this is just the test. Okay, yeah, and it can... It looks like it can hold the coloring fairly okay. And there's the tongue. And then kind of just lightly go over this because I don't want to waste all of my material on just this. And her tongue's got a little bit of that split right at the top there. Okay, I'll have to use paint for the fangs here, but that's doable. Be very careful here. And it may well require several layers. So hopefully layering is a thing that I can do with this kind of material, because I don't know if I can. So we'll find out. pretty straightforward. I guess let's see how the peach looks for the cheeks too while I'm here. Sort of like a peachy orange. Again, it does not have to look particularly good, because this is just a test. Again, I am worried about coverage, because while it's holding the pigments nicely, I don't know if it's going to be thick enough to really, like, look good, you know? And let's also try and mix a little bit of the light pink in here, too. Yeah, it's not too bad. May well be that I'll have to layer a couple of things here, but not too much I can do about that. Okay, and there will be the two little slits for the nose, like roughly here, here. And there's going to be a bunch of, like, little freckles of the darker green. You finished God of War. Great game, but Brock reminds me of Danny DeVito. Man, those hidden boss fights in God of War are rough. How rough are they? Yeah, I feel like this is pretty straightforward. I don't know if this alone is going to be enough, but it should hopefully be a starting point at least. And then if I do need to use actual fabric paint, I'll be able to still come back to that a little later and make it work. That's the hope. Because, you know, I really don't have very much time left on this project. Fortunately, also, this screen is a lot brighter and a lot paler, so I'm hoping that will make it a little easier to work with here. Now, the first challenge is going to be making the pattern itself, because this is not something, especially since I only have the one mask, this is not something that I want to do freeform. So this is where our pencil is going to come in. You can faintly see it, but it will make a mark. I think my plan is going to be to try to reverse it, so that way I'll be able to kind of line up the halves and get a better sense of, like, on one side it's here, on the other side it's gotta be here. Although it looks like the fold of the fabric of the mask might not allow me to do that, so I might have to do an outside fold, which is going to be a little more difficult, but not impossible. Alright, so let me see. I want the nose... Sorry, I'm wearing the mask right now to give myself an idea of, like, where I'm putting things. Alright, so I want the nose to be, like, roughly here. Yeah, this is gonna be a struggle. Well, at least if I'm gonna be struggling tonight, at least I have everyone here to help struggle with me. This would be a lot easier if I had some kind of curve that I could put this on. Where would I get something like that though? Maybe if I use a blush? I guess that kind of makes it a little easier. Pretty heavy. No, I can't do that. No, I couldn't do that. I was thinking, oh, I know, I can put, like, a tack through the mask. That way I can see on the other side where it comes out, but it's like, no, that's... The whole point of the mask is that there's not any holes. I cannot do that. Maybe I can find a measuring tape? I think I can find a measuring tape, at least. I know where I can get one of those. I'll be right back while I go grab that. Alright, I have measured. Alright. So from here, that's like just about 1 centimeter to the top of this. So on this side, about 1 centimeter would mean about here. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, well, let's see how long this is. It is about a little over 1. One and 3/10. Going on the other side now. One. Oh, I haven't actually tested it yet, but thank you for reminding me. Hey Chibi, how's it going? From here to here, it is just about 6 centimeters. I wonder if it might be easier if I move the camera to down... Ow. Ow! Okay, I moved the camera down to beneath me, so that way when my head is turned down for work, I can still see, or y'all can still see my face move and stuff, hopefully. How you doing, Chibi? Let's have it start about 3 inches, I think. Doing great on your new PC right now, and it works like a dream. Heck yeah, love to hear it. What are you gonna play to celebrate? Excuse me. Alright, let's see. The whole mask is about 16... no. About 16 centimeters, I would say. Already played WoW, maybe I'll pick up Sea of Thieves. I hope you have a good time with that. I'm gonna try and kind of follow the curvature here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Yep. Okay. That measuring system works. That's good. Alright, and oh, now I need it to not be tangled in my headphones. That would be good. Okay. Let's see. Now I need 3 centimeters from the top. Or it's 3 centimeters, so like the midway point. By the way, a quick housekeeping note while I remember. I'm sorry to do this to all y'all, but there's not going to be a stream on Saturday night. I'm actually going to be visiting some friends, and I really want to be able to be fully there and present for them, so that's going to be a night off, but you'll still be able to see me Friday, and you'll be able to see me Sunday, so hopefully that'll be enough. Let's see, this is the top. Okay, so means it's gotta go down, then roughly halfway between these points is where it's gonna be at its lowest. So let's see, it is roughly 10.5 inches, so it's about 5.2, or sorry, 10.5 centimeters, so that means it's about 5.25 centimeters. This is roughly the midpoint between them. That's where it's going to be at its lowest, since we're trying to track a curve. Same on the other side. Roughly just about there. Yeah, that still looks right. Okay, so now I need to figure out on Deuce's face how low I want these to go. You might actually be using the inch side for this, potentially, but no, I think it would still be better to use centimeters just to keep everything inherently or internally consistent. That's 2. If I'm talking about for the curve of the mouth, that's actually way too much, I think. Let's do 2, maybe? Nice, gentle curve. Yeah, I think we'll do 2. Okay, put this flush with the bottom of that, and make a mark for 2. Now we can have it connect. Okay, so that's 2 centimeters. Here we go. Okay. Now we want to very, very gently. We do not want this to be any sort of rush. We want to very gently create a curve that will connect these. Hey J-Deggy, how's it going? It's time? It's time for what specifically? You're gonna have to be a little more specific. That's very funny, but I still don't know what you're talking about, so I still can't really help you, bud. Your favorite pyramid? Yes. We're working more on Dusa today. Also, sorry if my expressions look a little off. I had my camera up at the top of my monitor earlier, but I kept, like, you wouldn't be able to see in my mouth at all, and it kept readjusting, so I was falling asleep. So I figure if I have it down here, instead of, like, up there, if I have it down here, then I should be able to have it track my mouth a little more accurately, while my expression is still all down here. How you doing today, J-Deggy? Hope you're having a good one. You're okay? Thanks for the explanation. Hey, no problem. Just want to make sure everyone knows. This way I can still look at all of y'all lovely. It's easier. Okay. We've got the base little puppy dog mouth that snakes have. We got the nose. So now I need to figure out how I want to do the smile. I think probably going from the midpoint down would probably be best. I put my tape measure. Tape measure. Oh, there you are. Fell down a little bit, but it's still here. centimeters up, maybe? I think 2 centimeters up should be good. And on this side, 2 centimeters. Honestly, I'll be real with y'all, chat. This is the most math I've had to do in a while. And technically, this isn't really even math. But I am a dumb bunny. This is why I found partners who are like harder science and humanities gays than I am, because then they can do it and I can do other stuff, I guess. I don't know, honestly. I figure from here to our halfway point will be another curve. Also, fortunately, we have DJ Seahorse in-house, as always. Just absolutely tearing it up on the 1s and 2s. I never understood that phrase. Does anyone know where the expression tearing it up on the 1s and 2s even came from? Because I don't. I'm kind of curious. Well, if anyone, yeah, like, that's what I'm pretty sure of too, but I don't like specific being on beat. Is that what it means? Because, like, the 1s and 2s are the beat? Okay, it's a little uneven. I think it's going to be easier to bring this one down a little more. Yeah, I can erase this, too. That's also something I should have tested first. And let's, on this side, bring it up a bit more. I hope this is still clear what I'm doing to y'all in chat. Okay, so we got that. Now we need to block out the teeth and the tongue. The tongue is basically isolated to one side for the most part, so I should be okay there. You're gonna get foods? Hell yeah, you get those foods. Tell me how they are. I just had dinner a little while ago myself. Tonight I made imitation crab pasta Alfredo, and it was pretty alright, I think. Not my best work, but still pretty okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm still alive. I'm undead and a taxidermy. And, like, I have extra replacement arms, so, like, obviously, these aren't my arms. These are just the replacement stand-in arms I have. You know, how it's like how a lot of the big-name VTubers, when they do hand cams, they'll wear, like, gloves to obscure any part of their body. No, I don't eat arms. I just, like, pop them on and off as needed. No, I eat normal food. I'm pretty sure. I'm, like, 90% certain the food I eat is normal. Let's do the teeth first. I think that might be easier. Pretty sure you eat your own. I do not eat my own limbs. That is slander. I had to think for a moment. I had to remember J. Jonah Jameson to remind myself which one's slander and which one's libel, but that's slander. Okay, 1 inch, 2 inches, or 2 centimeters rather. I think 2 centimeters out's probably a good place to put these. And then let's have them be maybe like 2 centimeters long. I think this will work. Yeah, so you're doing me a slander. Although, damn it, that's right. Because I'm reading it aloud, then it becomes a slander. But you just, okay, fine. But you're still doing me a libel, then. That's very rude. That's no good. Yeah, I think this will work. Okay, so 2 centimeters in from the edge. Okay. Yes, 2 centimeters in from the edge. And then beyond that, it's going to be another centimeter to the other point. Right. And then from the midpoint of these, it's going to be 2 centimeters out. We got our teeth. And the tongue is definitely more towards the one side, which is nice, because that means that I only have to draw it on one side. In fact, I might also be able to tighten up the mouth a little bit. That would be nice. About 2 from the bottom. And probably round it up even to maybe like 3? Or might be a bit much. Then again, maybe not by that much. That is 2 further up. Yep, 2 further up. Same endpoint, but only going as far as here. Yeah, I think that'll work a little better. I think I can basically just freeform the tongue. Maybe I should still extend it over to the other side a little bit. And DJ Seahorse always blows it the frick up, though. So dang good. Hey. Yeah, I think I like how that looks. Okay. I'll still need to figure out the cheeks, too. And the little green speckles are kind of a little random, so I think I'll be safe with those. Ooh, I think we still have painter's tape that I can use when I need to do the teeth. That'll be pretty useful. First things first, though. Let's try to do a little once-over with the black marker for... Oh, I got very tangled up there. Trying to do a once-over with the black marker to reinforce these lines a little bit. Okay, this is where the rubber hits the road and I start getting very nervous, because I need to be very, very careful and very, very deliberate. The black fills in really nicely on these, though. Well, that's good. Okay, that's one nostril. That's about right. The other nice thing about Dusa is her mouth is very, very wide, you know, because it's a snake mouth, so it's basically splits the entirety of her face. So makes it a lot easier for me to work with, personally. A very careful, very light. There we go. Came out pretty nicely, if I say so myself. And hey, turns out I do say so myself. Hey kiddo, how's it going? Hello, hello, hello. Love seeing you here. What you up to? Oh, thank you. You're flattering me, though. Honestly, I'm a little more self-conscious about my hands this time of year than normal because I got really nasty, scaly, dry skin. But thank you, I appreciate that. What you doing? What you up to? Hopefully the weather has been sparing you so far. You got your glasses? Oh, that's awesome! Did you post a picture of what they look like yet? Little guy has had 3 days of no school. Has he hit the point where he's just like kind of sick of staying home all day yet, or is he still enjoying it? Understandable. No sense being a very fashionable and stylish bat when you're also a very stinky bat. He's excited. We baked cookies and played Animal Crossing together, and then I let him play my Pokemon Arceus. Nice, nice. Awesome. I'm glad that he hasn't gone stir crazy. That would probably make the whole thing much worse to have to deal with. That reminds me, I really need to get back into doing Animal Crossing again. That was a fun game. It was a fun way to, like, connect with people, too, but, you know, that means I'll also have to actually, like, try and connect with people again, so, who knows? That sounds like a really lovely couple of days, though. Stay outside and poked the icicles off the garage, off the garbage can. Went to touch grass, but it was mud. Ooh. How cold is it down there? Oh dear. Lowest it got was 18. Ah, so like there's still snow on the ground. Mm. Yeah, that like a lot of New Englanders like to scoff because we're so above such paltry low numbers, but that's still a lot for someone who lives in a part of the country where it's not normal. It's been like half an inch of ice. Gotta be careful with that. I hope you've got shoes that have really good grips on them, because you're gonna need it. Alright, so I've got the mouth roughed out. Looks like the bottom lip is a little uneven, though, unfortunately. However, it is going to be covered up, since we're going to be filling all of that in. Alright, I think I'm going to try and get the painter's tape so I can block off the section that I will be using this for her little thingies. This is the South, it's supposed to be warm, and people here don't know how to drive on ice. They're making it through, though. I'm glad to hear that. You've had enough that you've needed to deal with the last couple of months. You should not have to deal with everything that winter can throw at you on top of all that. No! Do not die. Cease this deceasing. This mask is too cute. Thank you. You remember Hades, right? I have been kind of, like, pushing back on the working progress of the cosplay because it's been very uncertain up until now if I was even going to be able to go to the con period, but now that it's become fairly clear that, yeah, I'm gonna be able to make it, I really should try and narrow this down and iron it out. I will be right back. I need to go grab some painter's tape for this next bit, though. Yeah. I'm back. Will you have an artist booth? I'm flattered, but I don't think I'm the kind of artist that can really do that. Because, like, most of the artwork that I do, it isn't really like fan art, which I feel like, in my experience, fan art of any sort, or of at least of some sort, has always been the big seller at any convention that I've ever gone to. But, like, the art I do is fairly niche, and I'm fairly slow at it, and it's not like a super popular style, the one that I work with. Plus, also, I don't think I've ever like produced any kind of merchandise, so I am going to be working with Operation Hammond for KatsuCon, but I'm not going to be doing an art alley kind of position. Although I guess it will be a position that won't be that dissimilar. Oh, thank you. Oh, I only did, like, the one of the bunny pics. Like, I only did the literal bunny suit. The actual bunny suit was not my artwork. That was Julian from Fluffy Arcade. Which, by the way, if you haven't seen them before, I would say check them out. They're I know they're also Texas based, but like Texas based could be literally anywhere. Like I'm sure there's plenty of VTubers that live in other states that are closer to you in Texas than there are other people in Texas, so... Okay. So right now I am just sealing up with painter's tape the fangs. Love them. They're your fellow Texans. They're an hour away. Hey, I mean, an hour away in Texas is basically right next door, right? Like, everything's a bit bigger, so next door boundaries are basically, you know, an hour away. From the friends I have that live or have lived in Texas, that is the sense of scale I have come to understand y'all live with. Yeah, I'm using painter's tape because I didn't have a color for the fangies that I quite liked, so I got a fabric paint color that I think is like fairly close-ish to Deuce's tooth color, so I'm gonna paint it up to seal it up, make sure that I can only paint within the lines, and I got my brushes here, and yeah. By the way, Geronimo, I know that it's probably not in the cards this year necessarily, but are there conventions that you go to? I know also that, like, as a parent, obviously, you've got to take that into account with any kind of, like, travel plans you do, even if it's just a day trip. Okay, there we go. Okay, move the markers aside for a bit and get our brushes out. Let's lay out some napkins for underneath, just in case we get a little happy little accident, or not so happy little accidents, as the case may be. Excuse me. I only ask because I know that, like, I have at least a couple of friends out in the Central Time Zone and in Texas who have come over for KatsuCon before. I don't know, it's probably better if I leave the water over there, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think that'll work. So back in the day when I was like 18, I did conventions. My most prized cosplay was an Organization 13 Riku from Kingdom Hearts. Nice, nice, classic. Simple, clean. You could practically say that kind of cosplay is... It would make me feel like the way that you would make me feel tonight, you know? It's the kind of cosplay that would be really hard to let go. But, yeah, I know what you mean. Ow, ow. What? Ow. What the... Oh. No, I do not want parroted browsing on, please. I just wanted to angle the camera so I can still have y'all see me while I'm working down here. Please, camera. Be kind. But now with the wife and son, we've been to Ren fairs and we would like to go to a furry con. Ooh! Which kind of furry cons and Ren cons do y'all have over there? Oh, also, I forget, like, which general part of Texas y'all are from. I think I think... let's see. I can't remember now. I can't remember the names of cities now. I can't remember where my Texas friends live anymore. I'm pretty sure it's... I'm pretty sure it ends with the unsound. Houston, Austin... But I don't... That doesn't sound totally right either. The Texas Ren Fair is huge. We go each year if we can, and we got married there. Oh! Oh my gosh, that is so cute! Oh, I have got to ask... Torvin. I've got to ask you about that story sometime, because, like, I am still looking to, one of these days, get hitched to at least one of my partners. And, you know, a Ren Fair does sound like it would be a pretty cool place to get married. Oh, also, Geronimo, I had a very cursed thought earlier today about a horror movie that I feel like you would appreciate. See, my friend is having a dinner party this weekend. It's gonna be really nice. One of the Texas friends is actually going to be... Oh? Did I only get part of this layer off? One of the Texas friends is actually going to be, he randomly, I don't know how, and I'm not going to question it, he came into possession of 5 pounds of brisket, and he's like, hey, I really need to get rid of this 5-pound brisket that I have. Do you all want to do, like, some kind of dinner party? And I was like, yeah. And one of my other friends is going to be bringing over a tabletop system, the official Alien movie series tabletop. And apparently, we're going to be doing, like, a one-shot there, which is going to be really cool. But while I was thinking about the characters and stuff, I had a fantastic, by which I mean horrible, idea of what if we took, like, as a new cut, we took the original 1979 Alien movie. Everything stays exactly the same, but instead of a cat, Jones is a horse. How good would that be? Everything's exactly the same, except Ripley has a cat. Or instead of a cat, Ripley has a full-ass horse. And think about the confrontation you could have between Jones and the Xenomorph then, because, like, one of these things is a godless apex predator with incredibly overt sexual undertones, and the other one's the Xenomorph. It wouldn't stand a chance. I firmly believe if you got a horse and a Xenomorph in the same room, the Xenomorph would be kicked in the chest by the horse and killed instantly. However, it would also look at the horse in a weird way, and because it got looked in a weird way, the horse would still die. That's my going theory. Yeah, just like Ripley is going to search through the bowels of the ship to find a horse that's hiding in the vent. Okay, now we're gonna have to wait a little bit for this thing to, Gonna have to wait a little bit for the paint to dry a little more so we can do another layer. Like a stormtrooper in a red shirt, Stormy missed, but the red shirt still died. No, I mean, like, I wouldn't call a xenomorph or a horse either a stormtrooper or a red shirt. It's more like, they're both, it's like, it's like the Predator and an alien. It's going to be a pretty intense fight, and they're probably both going to die, but it's gonna be like a mutual kill. So yeah, that was my cursed thought for the day. But let me see. It was lovely. I let my partner wear her fursuit. Oh my gosh. What is your partner's fursona? I know you obviously are a bat, so I don't know if you've ever mentioned like having any furry accoutrement for your fursona, but I'm curious about what your partner's fursona is, you know? Skull dog? Ooh. That is a pretty cool one. I'd be interested. Sure, yeah. I'd love to see that. Like, any pictures, immersion breaking or no, any pictures that people are willing to share of their personal experiences, I am always down to see. Let's see. It's looking okay. Hopefully there won't be too much bleed underneath the tape, but there's really no way for me to know for sure until I actually, excuse me, get this dry. And, Alright, let's see. Yep, still pretty wet. Could I flip? Nah, I don't trust myself to be able to flip it over and just work on the other side. Gonna take a bit. Oh! Oh, that mask is so cool! I love, like, the cat's eye lenses that you got worked in there. That is really cool. Nice. I'm familiar with, like, how at least some of the sculpts of heads for fursuits are made, but I'm not really familiar with how she would have, like, made the actual hard part of the skull. She has LED eyes and the jaw moves. Oh my god. And that was her first big project? Damn. Okay. Is she planning on making, like, a full suit? Has she already? Let's see. I still don't want to risk it. Is there anything else I can do right now? She wants to try and make the suit? Hell yeah. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yep. How long does this take to dry? says air dry 24 hours, but that's like saying that's what you should do, not what you have to do for it to actually work. You bought her the fur for it 2 Christmases ago, but she needs to learn to make the body pattern, and we need a sewing machine. I still need to get back into sewing myself. It's a very daunting prospect. It's also one that, like, very specialized in terms of what you can do, because, like, I at one point learned how to use a sewing machine, and theoretically I still have one. Theoretically I could throw it back together and probably use it again, but at the same time, I don't know how many of the skills from that sewing machine I could ever actually translate to any other sewing machine, because that one is like one that my mother had in, I think, the 70s. And it's just like, oh, you know what? I feel like sewing machines are probably a little different nowadays. Ooh. Oh, these work-in-progress shots are sick. That is so cool. Got, like, a spray paint that... and they went back with actual brushes to touch up. The backlight LEDs. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Thank you for sharing this. This is a really cool story, and a really fantastic outfit to wear to a wedding. I just want to keep painting, but I can't. What am I going to do? Alright. I guess I could flip it over for now and work on this other side. It wouldn't be the worst idea. As long as I don't put pressure, I don't think that it will mess with the paint. She was in roguelike gear with the tail and the headpiece, and I was Red Riding Hood. Oh my god. That is so corny, and that is so adorable. Oh, you got married on Halloween. Oh, I love that. I would love to get married on Halloween, but I have the small problem of Halloween was also my human Sona's sister's birthday. So it's like, I feel like if I were to get married on Halloween, it would just become this thing that's like, okay, every year we're going to have to, like, celebrate both of those on the same day, and it will be really awkward and that sort of thing. It would still be really cool, though. I want to be very careful and deliberate with this section. You know, I really gotta hang out with more people in my like general age group and older more often. Especially as I get older, because I don't want to fall into that mindset of, oh, I have passed my 20s. I am past my prime. I will simply go to my retirement home and look forlornly out the window each day at the blooming marigolds outside and hope that my children call. I actually, from conventions, have a couple of friends who I think are in their 60s or 70s now. But with the pandemic and everything, it's been ages since we saw them and had the chance to really hang out. So our parents couldn't make it, and my family doesn't support LGBT. Ah, I see. Your former family. Understood. I'm sorry to hear that, but you know how it works. This is a queer community. We are simply your family now. I will expect a holiday card every December, and we'll send one in kind. I will not expect invitations to any major events, but we'll still probably send a newsletter. You know how it is, found families stuff. So only my dear friends who are married came, but the Ren Fair cast surprised us by having the entire cast show up. Our best man was flippin' Hercules, and the queen was my handmaiden. My two dear friends walked me down the aisle. Ooh, that's so cute! Oh, that is so cute. I know that I want to do some kind of costumey wedding, but I don't know what kind of costume anymore. Back in like 2018, 2019, we were planning on doing a cosplay wedding themed after the Adventure Zone, specifically the first arc, the Adventure Zone Balance. But, well, we initially had planned for having it be in 2020, because I had the bright ideas like, oh, you know what would be super cute and funny since we're doing, like, a tabletop RPG themed wedding? What if we had, like, on the invitation card for the save the date, just two nat 20s on D20s for, like, the years? Like, oh yeah, that sounds great! And then 2020 actually happened, and needless to say, we did not end up getting married that year, because, well, a lot of things happened in the world. Also, hello, Tibby. My bouquet was given to me by one of the German crafters at the event fair. It was two beautiful, thin-carved wooden rose bouquets that were rainbow-colored. Oh, I would have cried too! That's beautiful! I wanted her day to be special, even if it was just her and I. Little man got to stay at his friend's that weekend and go trick-or-treating. Oh. You know, I never really think about the logistics of having a child already when you're getting married and potentially, like, you know, we're all adults here. Honeymoonerly activities. But that's a good point, and I'm glad the little guy got to have some fun too. I'm surprised he didn't end up being like a ring bearer or anything for you. But I'm glad that he had fun. Hey, I mean, if I do end up having a wedding ceremony, that's still a very strong contender for what the theme for the invitations, at least, will be. Because, well, I mean, I've told this story before, right? Like, everyone who's here right now has heard the story about how I met my partner because of roleplay. Specifically, X-Men erotica roleplay. That's a favorite story of mine to tell, so I wouldn't be surprised if all of y'all have heard it at this point. I met my partner because of roleplay. Hey, cool! What? If you don't mind my asking, what's the story? It looks like this is starting to dry a little more, but it's still pretty wet, so I can't do anything with it yet. Is there anything else I can draw right now? We were on Second Life. They roleplayed as a demon boy, and my character was a fallen angel. Oh my god! Did you use any of the requisite cheesy pickup lines? Like, did they say like, "Oh, did you fall from? Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?" or shit like that? I don't think I could have resisted, and I know that if I had, that also meant that I probably wouldn't have ended up in a relationship. Well, maybe it's something you can use for the, for if you ever do a, what are they called? They're vows, yeah, but they're not like wedding vows. They're like recommitment or like reaffirming vows, something like that. They asked me out, but were nervous because they were a girl behind the character. Oh, that's so cute though. That's so cute. Sadly, I've never directly done the X-Men erotica roleplay with my partner. It was a friend of his who he met through the erotica roleplay, and then through that mutual friend, we okay, so it started off on a server for X-Men roleplay, and he was a big fan of role-playing X-Men. He had a lot of OCs. I think one of the ones he showed me was like this guy who was like a cockroach person. Like he had like the little mandibles and like the chitin and the antenna and all that stuff. But, sorry, I was just checking something. But... it turns out that, like, the server was more for the ERP than the normal RP, at least more so than he had expected. And, he still did it anyway. It was, like, in high school at the time, and you know what? Go for him, I guess. But through the friend that he met in that roleplay group, that friend was someone that I knew and went to high school with. He was an upperclassman. He was one of the out gay theater people kind of dealies. And this was also during the time where in high school I had kind of a renaissance of drawing just in general. Like I had drawn a lot as a kid, I had drawn a lot as a kid. I had kind of drifted apart, but then in high school, all of the people that I was really like admiring and low-key crushing on were all part of the art department, like art-focused student. Yes, this is how I met Epitome. So since I was hanging out there so much, and since I like wanted to impress them and all that, I just started drawing again. And I would have these huge plastic-bound folders just filled with 8x11 printer paper, and just whenever I had time, I would just like crouch down and take that out and just work on something or whatever. But since I found it, and or since I found that group and got back into drawing and all of that, this mutual friend, let's call him Wayne. It's not his actual name, but it's close enough. So Wayne, unbeknownst to me, is also talking with Epitome at this time, and Epitome is working with one of his friends to make this webcomic idea that they have. And the webcomic idea is basically like a teenage, like the Pokemon anime and that kind of concept for like kids adventuring, going on their big trip, all that stuff, but through the lens of like teenagers, and it was going to be a little grittier and edgier, but it's also like, I mean, if you've ever read the Pokemon manga, that's literally just, that's that already. The Pokemon manga is incredibly dark and edgy at times, but that's beside the point. He knew that they were planning on doing this webcomic, and he knew that I drew. It's like, okay, well, I mean, sure, let's try to connect these two people. And so, yeah, I was recommended as a potential artist for the webcomic. I drew a bunch of concept art for different members of the cast. I remember that one of them was like a, one of the main characters had like an Abra, Abby the Abra, I think. And her whole bit was that she didn't really care about evolving, but she was constantly abusing her teleport. And there was going to be a running gag where she would have increasingly improbable things that she brings back from wherever she's teleporting to. The Team Rocket guy that was going to be chasing after them was this, like, late 40s, early 50s company man kind of guy who had never really risen above the ranks of Grunt. And his whole story arc was going to be super dark, where it was going to be like, he starts off as just this kind of pathetic side character, but he gets more and more obsessed and desperate to try and take this one group of kids down. I think at some point he gets a gun, and they were just gonna have him, like, confront the kids with his gun. And I remember one of the biggest pieces I drew for that as like a test was a wedding. It was a wedding portrait in front of a lake. Two guys getting married with their Pokemon out behind them. So I sent all those over, and I was rejected. The partner that Epitome was working with kind of liked them, but Epitome himself, he really wasn't feeling it. The art style didn't click for him, he didn't like it, so we didn't end up working together. I roleplayed and just sort of hung out a little bit with the friends, and somehow at some point I think kind of drifted into talking with Epitome more. And yeah, it was the kind of thing where we would just kind of happen to both be on Skype at the same time, so I would just start talking, and he was the kind of person that would just was just more than happy to vent, because he had a lot of shitty relationship goings on in high school. And at one point I remember consoling him because his at the time boyfriend, who had been like the only person that he had ever dated, had broken up with him. And like, this was also, keep in mind, at the time when he was still an egg. So at this point he was just sort of having all of these concerns of like, why is it that I absolutely hate having to present or be seen at all as feminine? It's something I'm so terrible at. It's something that makes me so miserable. But like, if I don't do this, people will just never be attracted to me, that sort of thing. And he ended up at one point, I remember, saying that like, I am positive, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm positive that I'm never gonna be in another relationship after this, because there's just not gonna be anyone else who's possibly interested in someone like me. And like, I remember when I first said it, I think it was almost out of reflex. Like, I didn't really think at all before I said it. But I said, okay, well, I know that's not true, because, like, I'm attracted to you. And then we had, like, an awkward pause in the conversation, where I was gradually trying to convince him that, hey, yeah, I do find you attractive. And that also got complicated because, well, it took him a while. It took him until just like a couple of years ago to realize, oh, I'm miserable and have so much body dysmorphia because I'm not a girl. I'm actually a dude. That makes a lot more sense. So before that, he still had a lot of issues, and one of the unfortunate ones was definitely that at the time, because I also had a lot of things that I didn't know what to do with myself or about with specifically with like sexuality. I still thought of myself mainly as asexual because I couldn't reconcile being attracted to someone and being okay with the donger reaction. But so that was a little difficult, because then he had kind of a relapse into that feeling of I can find no one, because I unfortunately came out to him as asexual around the time that we were first interacting face to face. So it's like, how do you explain to your partner that, no, I swear I do find you honestly really attractive. It's not you. Unrelated to seeing you, I am just coincidentally also asexual. But we're in a much better place, I think, person to person now. So I like to think that we're getting closer to like a real happy, balanced relationship dynamic at some point. I think this might be... Yeah, there's still a little bit of spillover, but nothing that we can't take care of. I think I might want to do one more layer. It's really a wild ride. Truly happy for you both, though. Thank you. I am also very happy. I joke sometimes that I ended up being kind of like a bit of a trophy wife. But I do have to acknowledge that, no, I do bring things to the table. And we're both just trying our best to make this relationship work, and so far we're doing pretty okay. So that's the story of how X-Men erotica roleplay led to one of my partners and me in a relationship. And then when I realized that, I must have just, like, unconsciously decided, okay, you know what? I think I can probably do this even better if I cut out the middleman. And then, like, my second partner, I literally met on a erotic roleplay server. And, like, spent over a year we spent, me and Abigail Lynn, we spent just, like, the two, maybe 3 modes of conversation we ever had were, 1, we are both horny, and we're role-playing something horny. 2, we are having casual small talk. And 3, we are info-dumping and sharing our deepest, most traumatic, emotional core memories. It's like, well, shit, if that can't be the foundation of a healthy relationship, I don't know what could be. But, yeah. Fortunately, Epitome was open pretty much from the get-go to the idea of a polyamorous relationship, which made things a big relief. It's still taking a little longer to get my Mama Bun and Papa Dear used to the idea, but it's a work in progress. But it ended up being surprisingly a lot more serious than just a casual crush on an erotic roleplay server, because, like, eventually they needed to end up moving because of personal issues and needing to find work, and they ended up coming north. They had been sort of bouncing around a couple of different southern states, like a little bit in Atlanta, some Louisiana, some Texas, I think at one point even a little bit of Missouri. But they ended up moving first to Connecticut and most recently to Massachusetts. And yeah, now we live like less than an hour apart from each other, and you know, maybe if things keep going well, maybe if the stars align, I can get that down to a 0-minute commute for both of my partners someday. Maybe. There we go. I have to get used to the new partner. The wifey and I became ace in our relationship after the first few years. Nice. I gotta ask though, because I am kind of curious. How do you mean by became ace within the relationship? Do you mean like in the sense that it is still a romantic and intimate, emotionally connected relationship? It just, like, mutually neither of you are interested in a sexual element of it? Obviously, if this is not something you're comfortable talking on stream, do not. But if you are, I'm curious, and if you aren't, understood. Gonna take some drawing again. Yeah, and sex happens when it happens for them. Sex happens when it happens, but for them, she had a really bad back. A lot of the time, she's yeah. Yeah, it's important to be able to accommodate the physical limitations in a relationship. That's one of those things that's becoming, like, increasingly relevant as both me and Epitome, and maybe also at some point Abigail. It's up to them, really. As we're transitioning, just sort of realizing, oh yeah, I'd kind of blocked out puberty the first time around, so I hadn't really thought of recognizing and coming to grips with body changes. But yeah, I guess we gotta do that all over again. She was in urgent care last week because due to that time of the month, she loses feeling below the ooh. That sounds awful. Due to sciatic nerve. I think that's how you spell it. I know that, I know Epitome actually also has sciatica. I think he has one side of his legs has, like, just really, really sore and easily exhausted muscles. The other side has sciatica, so I'm pretty sure that's how it's spelled. That's how I remember it for him, at least. Yeah. So we were super active our first few years. However, she got really bad with her legs and lower back, and the amount of pokey reduced, and we realized cuddling and being with each other meant more. I'm glad. I do have to agree. There's nothing that's, for me at least, and it sounds like for you too, there's nothing quite like being able to just have casual intimacy without really expectation of anything further from that. Just being able to be soft and cuddly and cozy and intimate together is really, really nice. I'm starting to come to terms with the fact that I may not be as asexual as I thought, though. It may or may not just be that I don't enjoy the equipment that I have to work with. We're working that out, too. Mm-hmm. I don't want to risk wearing it off, so I'm gonna have to let it sit for a little bit, which is gonna really be absolutely agonizing to just wait for it like this, but I don't really have too much of a choice. Some ace people still have sex once in a while. It's just not, I guess, needed. At least that's what I've read. Yeah, and like, I would say that's mainly how I experience a lot of it but I also still kind of feel, and I'm sure a fair amount of this is like, just like a lot of it was internalized dysphoria when I was feeling like ashamed of having my boinger doinger go a little hard. I think it's probably also similarly, it's like yes but also no, in that it feels like it's part of the same thing, but now it's like I just really want to be able to at least try it. Like, I want to be able to try and experience that kind of thing to see, like, hey, maybe this is, maybe this isn't. Thanks. I still feel like I'm... Well, I don't want to get too blue, so I won't get explicit, but I will say that I'm kind of just hoping to be able to experiment and maybe get back into therapy if I can. That would be really nice, to figure out what exactly it is that I want to do with myself and my bits. And who knows, maybe I'll also try butt stuff. Maybe that will help with some of the complex. Therapy is nice. I don't know if there's any people like in my network in the area, but I really do need to look into all that once. I think after February, I'll probably be able to actually really sit down and look into this kind of thing, because for most of February, it's going to be kind of just crazy for me, I feel like. Well, while I wait for this to dry, since I don't have enough room to take out my tablet, do y'all want to see me work a little bit on one of the models I've been rigging just for fun? That's something I can do, I suppose, between coats. Alright. So I've talked about this before, but B as a model is like, I just think of myself as B. I don't really have like there's not really much of a divide other than literal physical differences. But like the persona that I present as B is basically my persona, which is great in a lot of ways. It means that I don't have to constantly be putting on an act. But at the same time, I've also spent like over a decade of my life in some way, shape, and form studying to be an actor. And like, I know I'm not a great actor. I am not going to be able to get like a ton of professional work, but I could still at the very least do stuff like just play characters now and then. Some days I'm fine and more than happy to just be myself. Other times I would rather just be able to like play another character. And I was thinking also like, it would be really nice to have a character, since I I know that I sort of have, I alternate between, like, being really wholesome and being kind of much more lewd in terms of how I act and how I talk and all that here. So I was thinking, well, for the people that aren't strictly comfortable with that, what if I just had a separate character that I could focus on that stuff with? So, I got the idea that I wanted to try being kind of like an older, not quite MILF, sort of more like an ILF, an auntie. And I really wanted to be a goblin, so yeah. Have I tried theater or auditions? Yes. The last couple of years I was living in Connecticut with my Mama Bun and Papa Dear. I was actually part of a theater group. We did, let's see, we did Thoroughly Modern Millie one year. Then we did Legally Blonde the musical. That was a really fun one. But we ended up, like a lot of theater groups, kind of being forcibly deluded or disiluded by you know, the pandemic happening. Our last show was going to be The Producers, and I am still so bummed about that because it was a really, really strong cast. Everyone was fantastic. The show was looking great. I was going to be playing, what was his name? No, I can't remember his name. But I was going to be playing the playwright in The Producers, the guy who's like a really, really pathetic Nazi wannabe who ends up getting both of his legs broken and becomes a musical writer. And I was having a ton of fun with that. And I'm really bummed because, like, literally less than a month, I think like 3 weeks at the most, we were 3 weeks out from being able to go live when the pandemic first really broke, and we had to cancel everything, close everything. Oh, God. I'm still sad about that a little bit, if I'm honest, but, you know, there's really nothing I can do about it. Alright, so while I wait for the paint to dry a little more, this is the model that I've been working on for Griselda. So hi, how you doing? My name's Griselda. I'm your auntie, and I am just so delighted to get to know you. Oh my God, come over here with those adorable, pinchable little cheeks. Oh, I just want to smother you all over with kisses. Come here, come here. I see you over there trying to hide from me. Get over here. Don't you fucking run from your auntie. You get your little butt over here. Park your tush right here, okay? Okay? Okay. So yeah, this is Griselda. So far, I've done rigging for face angles. We've got the eye angles, the brows. I've been trying to move away from having eyebrow angles and eyebrow Y because it's just a little more of a pain in the butt, so goes up like normal, and then when it goes down to a certain point, it sort of deforms a little bit, so it looks like she's kind of furrowing the brow. I like that, but I don't... Oh, come on! Don't be such a spoil sport! I only get to see you, what, once, twice a year, maybe, if I'm lucky? Are you gonna deny me? A little bit of TLC, come on, you. Oh my God, can you hear this one? I do not. What are you talking about, J-Beggy? Don't you start with me. Let's see, then... Let's see, we also have the hair physics. Ooh, so we've got X physics for things, Y physics. The last thing I did today was butt jiggle physics. So, like, we've got the X butt jiggle. We'll also have the Y butt jiggle. And we also have the arm. It can go up, and we've got a variety of different hand poses. So we've got... They also all have different angles, so this is sort of like a default hand. We've got this one, because, like, you know, I am Italian. I like being able to talk with my hands. We've got just for general waving. When I need to point things out or maybe, like, scold someone. Hey, Gabagool! You coming over here talking to me with that kind of language motionless? Gonna have words with your mother? And then also just like if I need to be a little rude. The last hand is kind of a variant of the Italian hand. It's going to be like, potentially, if I end up getting it to work, if I don't, it's really not that big of a deal. It's going to be like for holding something like a wine glass, but I also might just not need it at all, so yeah. But in addition to this stuff, I also wanted to try to do something a little different with the overall pose and the body movement. So, like, the main focus, while I am going to try and put a body Y in, the squat does look a little silly, I'll admit. But while I am going to try and put the body in, the Y in, the body X is the main focus. And, like, honestly, I'm pretty happy with how that's turned out so far. So what I've got left is setting up the eye and the mouth, and trying to set up the rest of the jiggle physics for things like the booba, for things like the shirt, that sort of dealy. So yeah, when I haven't been... I look so cool with the pattern perspective. Oh yeah, that was one of my favorite touches. I knew that when I did this, it had to be leopard print, for starters, and I wanted it that when that leopard print, when the fabric is moving, I wanted to make sure that the leopard print itself doesn't. And I honestly really love this effect. I've seen it in a couple of animes, like, the Count, I think, Ganko Shoku? I think that's the Count of Monte Cristo anime. That's the one that I first remember it from in anyway. And I just really love the visual effect of it. So yeah, that's something I've been working on when I haven't been drawing, or in this case today, painting. It's probably not what I'm going to be working on today, though, because I've got other art projects that I want to finish, or at least, well, I'll be honest, not finish, but make more progress on. Namely, no, not that. Come on. Namely, the transformation picture that I am working on for Maris. If you missed it last time, we got all of the outline done, so the next step is to go in step by step, basically, and figure out the more specific line arts, figure out for the in-between stages what the clothes are going to look like, what the body shapes are going to be looking like. It's a very in-depth process, too. But I think, yeah, it feels like this tooth is pretty dry, so I think we can switch back over to hand cam now. So there's going to be a little bit of bleed over, that's to be expected. Well, more bleed over than I would have liked, but we should be able to color over this okay still. Yeah, it covers over perfectly fine. Uh-oh. That's a little worrying, though. Alright, well, we'll figure out something for that, I'm sure. So what about all of y'all, chat? Do you have any projects you're excited about? If you want, you can throw nice things, or really honestly comments in general about any of my art projects. I'm curious about what y'all think of them. Careful around the tongue. That honestly is a life lesson. Be careful with tongues. They can be very easy to injure. There we go. This is coming out pretty well, though. Oh, Discord message. What have we got here? Ah, just a going. Alright. She has, let me check the image again. Yeah, it's a fairly bright pink tongue. Alarmingly pink, almost. This should do just perfect. Alright. I was worried about the these paint pens actually being able to cover up well enough, but they're doing a pretty good job. It also, of course, helps that like the fabric is much lighter than the test sample we used on the shirt. So is this going to be perfect? Absolutely not. But nothing is. But I think we'll be able to do okay. Also, I gotta say, uh-oh, Totoro? Totoro? Yes, Totoro, can I help you, son? I'll move this to the side a bit. Can I help you? You want to say hi to people? Let me see if Totoro wants to say hi. No? You're gonna, yep, you came up. Okay. Say hi to the people, Totoro. The sun has arrived. Alright, Totoro, I love you too. Totoro looks like Jingles? What's that mean? Your neighborhood cat? Oh, excellent. Yes, yes, Totoro, I love you too. You're gonna be a little difficult to work around here tonight, though. Are you sure you want to stay here? I have a feeling I know what the answer is already, but I figure I might as well ask. Oh, yes, hello. Sorry, chat. Hello, what am I apologizing for? Y'all are getting free cat content. Yes, can I help you, sir? Son, please don't lick my fingers, there's paint on them. Redeem, show the cat. I mean... Did you see him? Careful! Careful, son, I don't want you to... Oh. Are you still gonna stick around here, or...? He is a scrunkly little guy. You're a little Scrungus! Scrungus was actually in the running for one of the names that he could have had. That's true, baby boy. I give you a little kiss. Oh. Oh, uh-oh. Model's freaking out. You didn't like me kissing the boy, I guess. There we go, that's a little better. Totoro, are you... Alright, I'll just try and work around you, I guess. Yes, son, Son, please! I'm begging you! Son, please! Totoro! Totoro, I'm begging you, please! Chat, I don't know what to do with this boy. Can I work? Son, no, son, that's painter's tape with tape on it. Or with paint on it. Gosh. Y'all see what I have to deal with here, chat? Look at this little guy. This absolute little mischief, man. Hey? No. No, you cannot have a marker! I gave you a little smooch. I gave you a little smooch right on your little nosy. What do you think of that, huh? This guy is unbelievable sometimes. Are you just gonna stay here now, huh? Is this my life, Totoro? Is this what you want me to? Want me to deal with? Swear. Totoro. What am I gonna do with you? Yes, I love you. But you're also very tiring sometimes. No, don't put your paw there. No, you cannot lick it. I know, I'm such a horrible mother, I don't let you lick paint. I hope no one in chat calls Cat Protective Services on me for being such a negligent parent. No, don't you put your paw up there. I saw what you were trying to do. You ain't slick. No! You may not have that marker. Mommy needs her markers. Yes, son, can I help you? You want me to scritch you? I can scritch you just fine. Oh, have you decided you don't want scritches? I think he doesn't want scritches, I guess. Okay. If you don't want scrunches, or scrunches, fine. Thank you for the company, Totoro. I still appreciate it. Regardless. Okay, yeah, I think 2 coats really did it just fine. Now we just need to do the other side. Let's get more painter's tape. And I guess while I wait for the paint to dry this time, I can do a little more rigging. Would you all want to see that? Uh-oh. What do you say, chat? Do y'all want me to rig while I do this? Excuse me. Suppose I could also maybe try and, like, regale you all with some more stories. Don't know what kind of stories y'all would want to hear. So after this, we still need to do the cheeks, and then all the little green freckles. But that should all be doable. What do you think, chat? While I wait for the paint to dry, do y'all want me to do more rigging or something else? Oh yeah, have I shown this before? I know I've shown it on stream before, but I don't know if you've seen it yet. Let me flip the cam. I was a huge baby getting this, but I'm still really glad that I got it in the end. I was, yeah. I was named after a character from Beatrix Potterbucks. Originally, my birth name. And when I transitioned, I just changed from using the name of the character to using the name of the author. And, like, it's been a part of me, and I've made it my own. I've made it different, and not really traditional, but still a part of me. Reinvented, but a part, so I wanted a tattoo that would kind of represent that. Yeah. Oh, not a chance, okay. Eventually, I'll probably try and get colors for it, too, but... Geronimo, you have tattoos, right? Been meaning to ask more people about this. Okay. Do you have, like, color tattoos or tattoos that have been filled in? So, I guess just because, like, I have not really a ton of fat on my arms. And also, something I found out recently, turns out autistic people experience pain to a higher degree than neurotypical people. That's, well, not really fun. It actually kind of really sucks, but it's good to know. But, when you had yours, were you able, when they did the coloring part specifically, were you able to, like, get, any kind of, like, topical painkiller for it? Or did you have to do the color part unmedicated? Or at least not directly medicated? You could still probably have, like, you know, what am I trying to say? Probably still have, like, internal painkillers, like an ibuprofen or a Tylenol or what have you. So, I love you, B. Thanks. But my colored tattoo is on my head, and I like pain. Ah. I see. Well, that's fair. So I take it you fell asleep while they were giving you a face tattoo? How are you, like, that inured to pain? That sounds concerningly easy for you. Cleaning off my brush. Oh, not on my face, on my head. So, wait. Was it on, like, the back of your head? Was it on your scalp? So back in my edgelord days... Oh, this is a start to a story. Alright, well... While I wait for this to dry... Do y'all just want to see me do more rigging? While I wait, I can certainly do that. It's on the... Oh, hold on. I'm gonna move my camera back up to the top of the screen.
What the fuck was that?
There we go. It's on the left side of my head. It's a Marilyn Manson tattoo. Ooh, that didn't age well. My condolences. That's part of the reason why I would be worried to get anything, like, super specific on as a tattoo. It's a heart from his album. Okay, that's like a little easier to kind of separate.
I know what you're thinking.
Unless you know, then you just think edgy heart. You know, that's a fair point. I think while I'm waiting for the paint to dry, I'm gonna do a little more live 2D work. Let's see. We could probably do the eyes, I think. Me also get my full body ref as, like, side-by-side reference for the deformer hierarchy as an emo trophy. You know what, that's fair. I can't really talk. Like, I never developed a style when I was in high school, largely because, you know, I I didn't like how any of the clothes I wore looked anyway, so like why bother really developing a style? Again, that probably should have also been some sort of clue for me. I have shame. You're allowed to have shame. It shows growth. I think that's how that works. Okay, so let's see. Got the halfway point. 19530. Okay. But like, do you just have you just like how do you process the pain of the tattoo process? I guess is what I'm curious about as well. I mean, I'm happy to talk about what other tattoos you have too, if that's what you're down for. I just like the conversation regardless. Alright, let's see. Where do we have my eyes? Hair, nose, mouth, eyes. Okay. So that is connected there. Oh yeah, that's the only thing connected to that, then it's all the parts specifically, I assume? Or, no, it's the parts of the smile. Yeah, there we go, okay. So we need this, and... So the places with more meat, like your forearm or your chest, will always hurt more. Oh. Okay, so that was my first mistake. I see, I see. This is IR. Start with 2. And we want 1 for 9. One for 3, 1 for 5. Same with like your foot, because it has all those nerves in it. Let's see. And then I also want one of these here. Like, I still want to get the tattoo finished, too, but something my artist told me was to do the pinch test? What's the pinch test? Is it like you pinch a part of your body, and if it hurts, then it will hurt to get a tattoo? If someone pinch you in the area that hurts more, or the areas that hurt more, those are going to hurt. Okay, what if pinching always hurts? Like, regardless of where you pinch on your body? Is that normal? You pinch the skin on the side of your head, it doesn't really hurt. Annoy, yeah, but doesn't hurt. It's gonna hurt. Oh no. Yeah, turns out when I pinch the part of my body that has the tattoo, it does hurt. Oh dear. So, like, none of the times you've had tattoos, however many you have, none of them have... I hear Totoro knocking stuff around. I will be right back. Totoro! Where are you? Alright. The litter box wasn't full enough. I think that was what his issue was at the moment. The chest, oh my god, the outer part didn't hurt so much, but when the needle hit the inner fleshy part, youch! See. Oh. Yeah, that sounds worrying. So have you ever used, or have you ever had, like, them give you any kind of painkiller going into that stuff? Really? Dang. That's impressive. Had to bite a towel? Yikes. Gotta tell you, this has not helped my, my fear of getting the next part of the tattoo. I'd rather have my lips re-pierced 4 times over than get a chest piece done. Okay, well, fortunately I wasn't considering chest pieces, so there's that at least. Let's see. Do I want to have partially opened eyes? I feel like that would be nice. For your arm, they probably could do it in sessions. Oh yeah, like, originally they were going to do it all in one go, but I was doing my best. Considering I had no pain medication prior to it, and I only got, like, the lidocaine applied directly to the skin near to the end of it, I thought I was doing an okay time, but I was doing so badly that we had to split it into multiple sessions. Just have a heart-to-heart with your artist. Yeah. I would try to. You daredevil, you. See, here's how it happens, kiddo. This was, like, the second time that Epitome was going to get his tattoo. And I had already committed to myself that, yes, I do want to get at least the one tattoo. Maybe more eventually, but at least the one. So I was going there initially just to be, like, emotional support for him. Except it turns out, they don't actually allow people who aren't the ones with the appointment to be there because, like, it makes things really crowded and they have a very small workspace. So I was like, okay, well, I mean, I guess I could just, like, do nothing for a couple of hours, but then I realized, like, oh, well, I mean, I might as well talk with them at least to try and figure out, okay, well, how could I maybe get something like this that would work? So I think it's time to switch back over to the paint project. This feels dry enough at the very least for a second coat. So I was like, okay, well, sure, I'll talk to him. And it turns out, oh yeah, you know, from the way you're describing what you want, we've got a guy here who, he loves doing animals and plants, like, very natural shapes and forms. So it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, one of the things that made Beatrix Potter's art style so unique compared to her contemporaries was because, like, when she was drawing animals, she literally had specimens that she herself had acquired through, like, hunting or trapping or, like, examining corpses and taxidermies. All, again, very scientific. So it's like, okay, well, I mean, someone who is, like, experienced in that is going to be able to get the style better. So I was like, okay, sure, I'll talk to this guy. And then we talked to him, and was like, okay, well, you know, I did have a cancellation earlier today, so, like, maybe you'd be interested in getting started on this today? It's like, oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I hadn't initially planned on having any kind of tattoo work done today. But then they got sent downstairs for a while to, just to wait while he was working on a rough draft concept. And then when I got back upstairs and actually saw it, it was like, it was really good. I liked it enough that I just decided, okay, you know what? Sure, I can try this. And then I proceeded to spend the rest of the time barely avoiding just constant squirming, and I managed to stay quiet the whole time. I am proud of that. I am proud of the fact that I did not verbally, audibly cry, at least. But, I didn't do well. Okay. There's our second coat. Second coat looked fine on the other side to me, so I think it should look fine for this too. Let's wash the brush. Beat the devil out of it. I agree, I do like how it looks in the meantime, but I still think it could be nice as a color piece still. Though that's gonna kinda depend on how well I can manage the pain next time. Alright, so again, while we let it dry, switch back over to Griselda. We can do a little more work here. Hey, dear. Okay. What's this? Oh, this is the makeup. Oh, great. Oh, good. It arrived real quick. Excellent. So now I've got the makeup, which means, like, hopefully it's the right color for Disa. Or at least something close enough. We're already going to be kind of a little mismatched with Dusa's colors in this case because I makeup stream rant when... I mean, I guess I will have to try at least one dry test because I do not want the first time I actually apply this makeup to be like day of. So well, I'm gonna need to pick up a few more things out, like I'm gonna have to get more makeup sponges. I'll probably need to get makeup remover too. I'm pretty sure I still have sealant, so I'll need to dig that out. But yeah, I mean, the convention is like, I think around the 19th to the 20th, so I've got a little bit of time, but not that much time. So I think I could do a makeup stream. It wouldn't be a very elaborate one, since like half of my face is going to be covered up with the Dusa face mask that we're working on, but still, it'd be something. Maybe. We could see at least. Though I am, like, the more I think about it, I'm still very happy that I'm doing this, and I'm still very excited, but I am also just increasingly nervous still. I'm very out of practice. Rue does yours. Oh, that's really cute. That's really cute. Okay, let's get a picture there. You know, I want to learn too. I'm with you there. One day I will be a diva bat. That's really one of those dreams, you know. You want? Well, When's the next time you're working on, like, a cosplay or a project or anything like that? What have you got coming up? Eyesight. Right now I'm working on art. Ooh. I figure if I can get back in the hang of art, then maybe I can make up. Ooh. What kind of artwork are you doing right now? Doodles for now. Tomorrow we're practicing pets. If I want to get used to the feel of a tablet, then hey, that's understandable. Everyone has got to start somewhere, and I think you're doing a very admirable job. Who's your art buddy for tomorrow again? I know I've seen the posters, but I don't remember names good off the top of my head. Alien Fathom? Or Alien Fathom? That sounds fun. Let's see. Phantom. Ah, okay. I'll probably be doing more artwork myself tomorrow. Ah.
Welcome to the Enrichment Center.
Hey, Landau.
First up, conversion gel.
Well, I'd love to hang out with you when you're doing the artwork, but I feel like you probably got enough folks in there. Good luck, though. And I'll be lurking for ya. Here's your daily test. Daily test of what? Oh, your daily eat test? Yeah, eat still works.
Human testing. There's still a few things left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told me we literally could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway. Ground them up, mixed them into a gel.
That's a start, but not really what I want that to look like. Well, if you ever want to do artwork with somebody, I'm more than happy to do so. One of my favorite things I've always said is being able to just, like, hang out and share in, like, creating something. It's really nice. With the lemons.
I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. With the
lemons.
With the lemon. With the lemon.
All you talented people, and really, I wanted to ask you, but I was nervous. Oh, no, honestly, like, I do always really do love being able to hang out with people and work on stuff. Even when it's not the same kind of stuff. It makes me very happy to be able to share the creative process, you know? Okay. Not my smoothest, but it'll do.
Carolyn, please bring me more pain pills.
And you're very talented too, Geronimo. We're not talented in the same ways, and honestly, talent itself is kind of just a lie. But you do have your own skill set. And you have skills that I am also kind of intimidated of, you know? It's not like it... I think a lot of people have that sense of like, oh, I'm not worthy, something something, Mike Myers, or the other guy, Dana Carvey. But the truth is, pretty much everyone has something, some kind of like special qualities that they're very good at that a lot of other people aren't gonna be, and that's okay. Sure, I'm covering this eye white all the way down too. darkened the highlight a little bit. Oh, thank you for the save, Hazel. Oh, it's like my model's fallen asleep a little bit. I have to try and fix that. Hello, model. I'm right here. Any moment now. There we go. How you doing, Hazel? How was the rest of your stream? There we go. Yes. Although, let me make sure the eyebrow still works. Yes, yes it does. Okay, good, good, good. Is my monitor crooked? It feels like I'm leaning a little more than normal. Alright, we got that saved. I think we're also ready to switch back over here. Because it's like a little bit damp, but mostly dry. Dry enough. But yes, I would love to be able to hang out and draw with you sometime. Anytime you want, really. I honestly love just being able to do creative stuff and draw with folks. Really nice. That's it. In fact, I've actually been trying to find more people that I can regularly draw with. Because, like, I feel at my best when I'm able to draw with people. And I feel like I get way more done. Well, right now, it is taking off the paint. And I gotta touch up the black over here a little bit. So then some of the white bleeds through. Very careful. There we go. Alright. I love just talking and doodling or even gaming. Yeah, like, honestly, it's kind of what I do with Hazel, who just did that last redeem. I love being able to just hang out and talk with people, even if we're not doing the same thing. It still just feels really good to have that kind of, like, shared experience. Modifying the line weight up here a little bit. Okay. So now that we've gotten that squared away, we need to do the cheeks next. So now we take out our handy-dandy measuring tape again. The older I get, the more I realized, oh, I'm not really strictly an introvert. I do have introvert tendencies, but it turns out I also get a ton of energy from hanging around the people that I really trust and care about, and turns out I'm actually kind of an extrovert. So that's been fun to discover, I guess. Alright, so let's see. She's got kind of like oblong-shaped blushes. So what I'm gonna do is first I want to measure out roughly to where I want the cheeks to be. I think the cheeks are gonna be fairly high-ish. Maybe like setting the line so it starts right on top of where the line, the mouth line intersects with the seam line here. Gonna have to move the camera down again. Whoop. Oh, I'm freaking out! Oh, I'm freaking out! There we go. Alright. So, I've got to find something that I can use as, like, something to trace around for this blush sticker. Something vaguely oblong. Basically round. No, the glasses are too big. Let me take a look around. That's a bunch of business cards. Okay, well this is round. That's a starting point at least. We can use this. Like, that's the where I rest my pen and not a mouse.
So degrading. You wonder if it isn't all a dream, a nightmare. And a man who lived after death, lived on human blood, took the form of a vampire bat, and lured innocent girls to a fate.
I don't know why I'm thinking about this now, but Geronimo, if you ever manage one way or the other to get up to Massachusetts, you should really check out Salem. And obviously there's a lot of parts of Salem that are very, like, tourist trappy because, I mean, let's be real, it's completely reasonable when you have such an interesting history, but specifically there's this place that I think you would absolutely adore seeing called it's the Nightmare Factory. I think it's Nosferatu's gallery. Well, if you ever end up making it up here, we live in the area, so we could probably, like, well, I was going to say it would probably be out of the question to, like, actually day trip with you there, but at the same time, like, we've literally done that with a friend visiting from Switzerland. So Ellie from the Deadlands group, they visited from Switzerland, and we housed them and took them to Salem. But if you ever get the chance and you head up there, make sure that you see the Nightmare Gallery. Nosferatu's Nightmare Gallery, I think, is the full name. I keep forgetting it, but it's a museum dedicated to, like, the costume and the special effects and the overall artistry that goes into horror movie characters. Whether they be, like, really classic characters, like, all the different iterations of Dracula, whether they be slashers, whether they be zombies, or sci-fi, or all kinds of weird stuff. They have, like, exact replicas made by the same companies and the same people who create these incredible works of art. We've been there twice already, and honestly, I will still probably go there more often, too. It's just such a beautiful gallery. So yeah, if you ever come up and want to visit, maybe we could set something up for you. Okay, let's see. When's the best time to visit Salem? The fall? So here's the thing. I think the best time to visit Salem is actually going to be in the spring or the summer. Because while it is beautiful in the fall, because, you know, it's New England, New England's whole thing is it is beautiful in the fall. That's a trap. That's a trap set for you by the Tourism Bureau. If you go in fall, you will get caught in the storm of people who are visiting around the Halloween season. So if you want to be able to see it and, like, really enjoy seeing it, not have to deal with a ton of crowds, the time you gotta go is, like, spring, maybe summer. Because the thing is, there's also so much more to Salem than just the spooky witch history. Like, did you know that Salem was also a huge port city that had a really vibrant history of piracy?
Damn it, I was gonna go pirate.
Nice try, motherfucker. Now give me a kiss. That is a penalty.
No, because I'm getting ready for bed. Meaning you have to come and take me care of.
Fine.
Did you practice on the shirt? Did you practice? I got a shirt with no.
So yeah, you gotta make sure that you're visiting in the I would say the basically as far as you can get from the Halloween season, ideally. Also, this is just a hunch, but Geronimo, by any chance, would you be a fan of the movie Hocus Pocus? You strike me as a Hocus Pocus kind of gal. Yeah, so that is another fun thing that the city has because of its connections to witches. It has although most of the interior shots for the first Hocus Pocus were actually filmed on a soundstage in Burbank, a lot of the exterior shots in that movie are still, like, identifiable one-to-one with locations in Salem that are still around and, like, in the same appearance and condition. So, like, that's another thing they have. They do walking tours of all kinds of, like, historic stuff and ghost stuff, but they also do it for Hocus Pocus filming locations. I know it's a little weird of me to say since, like, it was way, way before my time, but one of the things that I was actually really excited to see, kind of adjacent to that, was they have the. Have you ever seen the old TV show in, like, I think it was the 60s primarily, called Bewitched? Because they have a statue of that actress in the city as well, and I grew up because I didn't have access to, like, general cable. I grew up watching things like reruns of Bewitched or I Dream of Jeannie or The Monkees on Saturday and Sunday morning. It's a fun show still, honestly. I don't know how much of it would hold up necessarily, but I know that it was a very progressive show in terms of, like, portrayals of sexuality and gender identity stuff. It was called Bewitched, like Bewitched. We're not going to be able to really do an oblong circle like I'd like, so I think a standard circle-ish shape will probably work. Hey, dear, did you have dinner at home? Oh, did you put the pot in the sink? Okay. Alright, alright. I'll take care of it, don't worry. Oh. He said he used the mom and or dad I threwed up noise. Saw episodes of it, but not too much. Oh, that's fair. It's just a weird thing that, like, I personally have because it was just what was available, and also, like, that was the same shows that my parents were watching growing up. Come to think of it, maybe I should try and watch those some of those shows again. See how they hold up, and also kind of a little bit of silly little nostalgia. Okay, so let's see. Actually, her blush is more orange than it is pink, so I think I'm going to be using the orange pen. Yes, I Dream of Jeannie was also very good. I remember Bewitched and her nose twitch. That was it? He stepped in, Totoro stepped in his puke and tracked it around the house, apparently. I love my son. I love my cat son. Thank you. Yes. Actually, I should probably check in with Epitome just so I know where the rest of the puke nail cleanup is. Where's the rest of it? Alright, I am back. Sorry about that, had to go tuck the sun in. Thank y'all. Did I miss anything? Yay. Clear out my Discord notifications again. Oh yeah, if you end up coming up anytime soon, let me know, and we might be able to at least help you with hotel costs. Could also be tour guides if you want. It's always nice having excuses to meet folks and hang out, but yeah. I wish you luck with that. Making tea with the little guy as he discusses why Roblox is awesome. I watched a video essay the other month about the origins of the Roblox, like the old Roblox heart noise that they made, the ooh, ooh, that noise, and it has a surprisingly in-depth story behind it. One filled with ego and treachery and theft. I'll let you know. I know when we go, would like Little Man to be at his other family's house. This way we can enjoy the more adult and dark side of Salem. Makes sense to me. You know, I've never personally checked out Salem during, like, a Pride month, but I bet it would be pretty entertaining. Something I'll have to consider. Also, apologies for being a lefty. It's making this part, I'm sure, not really as interesting to see. If this doesn't work, though, I fortunately have orange fabric paint, too. That I'm sure I could cover up with pretty easily. That's a one cheek done. And we can make our second cheek. And we'll be getting pretty close to the end of this project after that. Just like roughly here. Pretty much on the level with the end of the lip. And I also promised myself that tonight I would work a little more on the transformation artwork for Maris too. It has been absolutely ages since I've really let myself do that, so it's a project I'm still very excited about. even if it is fairly big. Hopefully it's not too ambitious. Hey, Captain. How's it going? What you been up to? I'm doing pretty good, thanks. Glad to hear it's going good for you. I did some chores earlier, though. It turns out I had a hashtag autistic moment and accidentally completely misinterpreted what the requested chore was, so I ended up not actually doing it. But I also made some imitation crab Alfredo for dinner, and that was pretty good. And now I'm working on this cosplay, which hopefully I'll be able to debut near the end of this month. And if all goes well, I'll also be able to get some work done on the transformation artwork that I am doing for my friend Maris. What about you? What were you? Oh, and then earlier, I also took out the recycling and I did 30 minutes aerobic workout. I don't think aerobical. I'm pretty sure aerobical isn't a word. I'm hoping to work out more and more consistently and eventually be able to big up to like longer times too, now that we've moved into a place that has a dedicated gym set up. And I think then that will be all of the things that I've done today. I also met a couple of dogs in the elevator. I guess there's that. That's always nice. What about you? What were you up to today? sipping tea and watching V. Oh, thank ya. I'm glad to hear that you're having some heckin' comfy vibes over there. I'm always happy to share heckin' comfy vibes. If I can, at least. I should be able to just erase. I'm just erasing over as best I can the guidelines that I had drawn earlier in pencil. Honestly, this came out way, way better than I was expecting it to, which is absolutely delightful for me. Like, I knew in theory this would all work out, but it's always nice to see that theory isn't just theory sometimes. Okay, I think we have ourselves a Dusa mask. Gonna have to try it on once it's fully dry. So yeah, I'm gonna be right back to take care of putting away, or at least putting aside, the craft stuff, and when I get back in just a sec, we're going to be switching over to working on the illustration. I've taken up a new pastime at work of listening to Dimension 20 while doing your tasks. Awesome! You know, I never really thought about it as like a purely auditory experience, but yeah, honestly, that would probably still work pretty well. Alright, yes, I will BRB. The terrains are so nice to look at, but I think the audio only lets me picture the described stuff to keep my anxiety brain at ease. That's a fair point. So, which campaign are you listening to? Just rolling up my tape measure. Never tuned in before, so I started with Fantasy High. Yeah, that's a solid place to start. I would say, well, it's not the only series that they've done 2 seasons of. They've also done 2 seasons of The Unsleeping City. But, yeah, it's, I would still say their main bread and butter series. How far in have you gotten? Okay, let's readjust our little webcam up to the top. I'm excited to listen to them all. The chaos is my kind of vibe. Currently on episode 8. Try not to listen to them off work so you have a stockpile to listen to. Smart. Okay, let's see. Episode 8. When was the last thing that happened, as far as you know, then? Oh, yeah, that was a fun episode. It's one of those things, it's like Rick was saying, it's one of those things where there's not really such a thing as skater dwarves, but I mean, there's dwarves, and there's skaters, so we're just gonna have to kind of kit bash things together until they fit. Alright, so we're gonna be switching over in a second to part 2 of tonight. Before I do, though, again, thank you all so much for coming by for the hand cam. It's nice, as always, to be able to talk with my hands a little bit more, too. And, yeah. I am probably going to be doing more of this, and I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you. That's right, chat. You. I really appreciate you, okay? Thank you. Alright. And Offitized. I'm glad you liked that. Alright, so probably gonna start up here with what it's essentially gonna be panel 1. Hey Ninji, how's it going? Hope you're having a good one. So if y'all weren't here for the first time I did work on this, a good friend of mine who I got a chance to meet for the first time in person last month, they originally and still currently, I think, on like Twitter, go by the name Maribel. That's their Hobbit halfling persona VTuber, but they've kind of started to like grow more into an identity of being like non-binary, but like masculine leaning. And, you know, I got my start in doing transformation artwork, and when I saw how wildly different their second model is going to look, I decided, hey, you know what? Let's hit up a couple of birds with this one stone and make transformation art that celebrates their rebranding and also gender euphoria. Because you know what? Gender euphoria is a good fucking feeling. Yes, I got my start in digital artwork as a TF artist. No. This isn't me. This is... Currently, they're still primarily using, like, this persona, and, this is Maribel Bramble on Twitter. They're gonna be switching over, though, as they, like... Oh, No. This one isn't me, although, speaking of new models, I do have an artist who I've commissioned to do the version 3.0 artwork for my model. So, if anyone is curious about what my next model, my next potentially main model too, would look like, maybe try hitting me up or Discord or something like that. Would ever be a small jackalope form? How do you mean by small? Because, like, I would say that my feral model and my gremlin model are both pretty small. But, yeah. Maribel, as they get more comfortable in presenting masculine, they're transitioning from this into this. And I was like, okay, you're telling me, someone who got her start and kind of like broke her own egg and did transformation fetish artwork, I'll confidently say through a fair chunk of high school and more recent adulthood, you're telling me that you're gonna go from a 3'6" little halfling lady to a 15'6" multiple-limbed, multi-eyed space dragon daddy, and you're telling me I should not try and draw that? Obviously, I've got to draw that. I would be betraying myself if I didn't. I just realized today how much more comfortable I am dressing up to go out. Awesome! That's really good to hear. I used to never show my shoulders or feet or legs. Same, honestly. I still don't show my legs, or my feet, but that's more just because I've got ugly toenails, I think. I'd redeem one of them, but I enjoy my bunny buck sword. No. Oh, that's your loss then, I guess. Alright. I think I can get away with a 5 point. May I? Could use guidance in future streaming. Ooh. Yeah, sure. what is your question, Geronimo? I know that I've interviewed one of my decks to figure out what it's good at. The Witch's Tarot deck I have is better with practical questions, like questions of the concrete, day-to-day sort of world, not really deep philosophical, existential things. I haven't interviewed my other deck, which is an anime archetype kind of tarot deck, as to what it's good at yet, but it's sort of up to you, I guess. What's the question, and which deck would you like to ask? I'm trying to figure out if I should start going with the thoughts in my head that I have on streaming, or just put it aside for now. Okay. Start going with the thoughts in my head that I have on streaming. Alright, so I can do my best to answer the question as phrased. I will tell you, though, that, like, a lot of a tarot reading is kind of like, it's interpretive, so like, the more information you're comfortable giving that I have going into it, the more likely I'm going to be able to kind of glean something potentially useful. It's hard making friends as a streamer. You never know people's intents, and sometimes people start kind of leaning on you for more, then it doesn't feel like as a friendship as much as it feels like they just want help. Ah, I see. So it's kind of like a question of how much you should, or how much it's okay to be comfortable putting yourself out there, maybe? I'm just trying to think of a good way to frame it for the sake of figuring out, like, how many cards. I'm thinking that maybe I just need to pull away from those types and focus on building more genuine friendships and the people that I've come to adore. Okay. Alright. I think I'll use the Witch deck, since that's like a fairly down-to-earth kind of question. It's not any, like, deep introspective. So ultimately the question is, like, as a streamer, as a creator, is it better for you at this point to focus more on kind of broadly casting your net to build, like, a wide kind of swath of relationships that aren't necessarily particularly deep, or to focus more on a few that you feel like particular commitment to going into it? Like, sort of I guess sort of a question of quantity versus quality, but also just in general. Because I know what you mean, like, networking is an important aspect of being a part of this kind of creator community, but it's also difficult, and it can be hard to read what other people's intentions are in approaching them. it's hard approaching other people, and when people approach you, it can be difficult to figure out, okay, do they actually want to get to know and hang out with me for me, or is there something else to it? So I'm gonna be shuffling my deck now that I sort of have an idea of how I want to do this. I think I'll do, like, let's see. I can either do a 1-card pull, which will just be if you continue out on the path as you have chosen it at the moment, what can you expect? Or I could do a 2-card pull, 1 card for, like, if you continue trying to do broad strokes relationship building versus trying to focus more on, like, intent and depth of relationship. Also, sorry if I'm kind of, like, talking your ear off about this. I don't get a chance to do readings very often, so I try to take it seriously. Oh, and I'll just keep shuffling until whenever you feel comfortable stopping. I feel like having the recipient be the one to decide that is an important aspect. Okay. Alright, let's see what we got here. Okay. So, this first one then, oh, let's see what we got here. Where did I put my book? There's my book. Alright, guidebook, what do you have for this lore? Pentacles, wands, swords, cups. There we are. Okay. So let me also pause the music, because while this is great music, might not be the best for trying to like explain all this stuff. Oh. Hello, you are a good artist, nice drawing. Oh, well, thank you very much, Pokemon. Nice meeting ya. Alright, so the card I drew for giving you sort of a general stance of where you could go from here is the 8 of Cups. In the foreground are 8 silver cups, all stacked and balanced neatly in rows and sitting on the shoreline. Behind the 8 cups, we see a young woman in blue traveler's cloak with a sprig of blooming sweet peas tucked in her hair. The young woman is walking away from the cups, leaving them behind, and she is traveling at the water's edge. That she is walking in an in-between place, a liminal place, is significant here. She is at the boundary of one realm and the next, namely the earth and sea. An unseen breeze blows, ruffling her cape a bit behind her. A crescent moon shines down from a nighttime sky where 8 tiny stars twinkle. There are high cliffs in the distance, but the traveler keeps her eyes on the horizon. She's chosen to abandon things that are no longer necessary or are detrimental. As she walks down the beach, a dolphin spy hops out to see her. The dolphin was considered to be a messenger by the ancient Greeks. He appears in this card as if he's checking on the woman's progress. The young woman is moving on and moving forward. The blossoms in her hair are also symbolic. In the language of flowers, sweet peas symbolize departure. Oh, no, Geronimo used a redeem where I give you a tarot card reading based off of a question that you have. So I was just describing what's on the card. So in terms of general meaning here, again, the card seems to be actually pretty on point. The card symbolizes the need to move on in your life, to move forward. Might be a physical relocation, or it might be an emotional shift. Either way, it should be honored. And it says, if the move is emotional, then set some healthy boundaries. Put the past behind you and go forward with determination to a better, happier, and healthier place. So the keywords being things like moving on with your life, leaving the past behind you, setting healthy boundaries. So I feel like that's fairly straightforward. It's kind of a card reiterating the importance of being able to maintain healthy boundaries within your personal life regarding relationships, and that it's going to be important to be able to move on from how you've necessarily been doing things at the moment or before that. Be yourself and maintain self-care. Yeah, that's a good way to sum it up. So again, this is just the tarot deck's reading. The tarot deck is, well, it's just another perspective. You can do with it whatever you like, but I hope that helped. Hope that helped a little bit. Everything makes sense? Yeah, no problem. I'm glad. And give it a little pat, 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 and a smooch. I always like to reward my tarot deck after I finish a reading by giving it a little pat, 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 and a little smooch. I'm glad it helped. Or is there a higher res version of this picture I can grab? Might be. Let's see. Nah, it's not gonna be higher res. What do the cards look like? I've never seen cards like that. Oh, have you heard of tarot cards before? It's kind of related to playing cards, but not quite. Let's see. So let me. It's a way that it started off as just a game that you could play, but people have kind of turned tarot cards into a way to like try and read someone's future or where they're currently at in life. It's like fortune telling, kind of. And yes, this is a remix of the Power Rangers theme. Well, I suppose there's technically a lot of ways that you could play, but at the easiest, all you really need is to have a deck of tarot cards. Or I suppose you could even do it with just like an online tarot card puller, but it might not necessarily feel as accurate or as intimate. And you just ask the cards a question, and you draw them, and it tells you what it thinks of this situation. Where do you get them at? You can get tarot cards at a lot of places. a lot of places. I got my first deck at a... Let's see, I got my first deck at a local bookstore, and then I got my second deck at a store called Box Lunch, which is kind of like a more upscale Hot Topic. So like you don't have to really go anywhere in particular special. As long as it's a deck that you like the look of and that you feel like connected to, then that's usually enough. Then you just ask them a question and shuffle the cards, and it tells you what it thinks will happen or how it thinks you should deal with it. Is there a website that can help me find them? I mean, I'm sure, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think if you look up just tarot decks in like Google, you can find a lot of different options, and a lot of tarot decks have very different kind of art styles. So I honestly think the most important thing, a tarot deck doesn't have to be expensive. It's more important that it's a deck that you like the look of, I feel. The more of a connection that you can feel to the cards, the more likely it is to feel like the cards are telling you something meaningful. And it doesn't even have to be like just original artwork. There's a lot of tarot decks that are like themed around something. Like if you have a particular favorite cartoon or anime or stuff like that, I'm sure you can find decks that have those characters. It is spelled like tarot. There you go. And like any kind of fortune telling, it's not like a guaranteed thing. It's more just a way to get a sense of perspective than it is like outright, you have to do this if you want good things to happen kind of deal. Oh, it's alright. I do too. I can get away with using this for the hair. It's a very wavy hair, which is going to be a little difficult to work with. Geez, maybe even lighter weight than that. Honestly, I think the most valuable thing about tarot isn't necessarily any kind of, like, potentially magic powers or whatever that the decks have. It's more just being able to try and think about the questions and the problems we have in our day-to-day life in a different way, from different perspectives. There's all kinds of tarot decks out there. They're really fun to make too, because if you're making them based off of something that already exists, then you get to think of like, okay, well, this card means these things. So like in Lord of the Rings, for instance, what kind of characters or events or places would make sense to represent that card? It's a fun way to think about characters. I'm always happy to introduce someone to something new if I can. I'm glad that I could teach you about tarot. Hey, no problem. It's nice to meet you too. Hair isn't super defined beyond just being kind of wavy and a little curly, so I think we've got a little bit of creative license. Central little loop. Seahorse just does not miss when it comes to their music picks. I don't know how they do it. They do it. Did I talk okay? Your rule says small talk. Did I stay on top? Yeah, I think so. Right now, there's not really too much specific going on anyway, so it's just small talk, hanging out while I do a little artwork. No problem. So much love and what's been done to you. I said you need it and hold you down when you want me to. Do you know about Vroid? I do. I play around with Vroid now and then, and actually I was originally going to be a Vroid model user first off, but the person that I was going to pay to make me a model couldn't quite figure out how things would work with like my antlers and my ears, and I got a little closer to figuring out, but I wasn't super patient, so I decided, since I already had I already knew a lot about drawing digitally, I would just try and do something with that instead. The app on your mobile, new to it. Oh, there's a lot of great... I've heard there's not just heard, I've also seen there's plenty of good tutorial videos for how to use that. I don't really know how to use it very well myself, but... Also, hey, welcome back, J-Decky. What's up? Okay, was doing a hunt showdown thing. Oh, how did it go? Did you manage to hunt all of the showdowns? You were hunted and your show went down. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds rough. Well, I'm sure there's always next time. It's been really nice just hanging out with all of y'all tonight. It's real and true. And hold you down when you want me to. Things you feel, you can feel with me. It's real and true. You know, I've actually been thinking about doing streams more often where it's just very calm. Well, I guess more very calm than normal, and just maybe, you know, maybe I'll even try my hand at doing like genuine family-friendly stuff too. I don't know. I don't want to come across as inauthentic, since I do have the tendency to sometimes just swear as, like, general vocabulary. But it might be nice to try and diversify myself a little bit. Yeah, that's good, I think. Save the progress. Let's also thin this down a little bit, I think. You know, I don't really know very much about Hunt Showdown, but I know that I do really, really enjoy the aesthetic, J-Daggy. Like, Hunt Showdown to me has always given me big vibes of the Deadlands game that I run. Feels like the kind of thing that would be pretty at home in the setting. Plus, I'm also not very good at, like, competitive FPS. I think the last one I played was, TF2 in high school and college? Sounds about right. Been a while. Still can't believe that Team Fortress 2 servers are still up and running. It's not that it's a bad game or anything, just that, like, oh, it's been a while. You guys are still here? You haven't found any other games to scratch this itch for you? I think that's okay. Time to switch over to the next music track, too. Let's do that real quick. Probably do color of the hair itself. Let's start back here. Okay. No, alright. Yeah, starting up a little better. Yeah. I always liked doing this kind of thing for curly hair, just as like a shorthand to say what kind of shapes we're dealing with here. Satisfied with how that's turning out. I wonder if I should work on this a little more tomorrow to the stream anyway. But I'm also not going to be streaming not Sunday. I'm going to be not streaming on Saturday. So maybe it would be better to do the thing I had planned to do on Saturday tomorrow. Maybe. Excuse me. Got some schmutz on my screen. Oh, wait, no, this is... Maybe this layer. Yeah. Okay, the underside of the leaves are just as yellow, but the little middle bit's gonna be green. Nice. So this would have to go. This would have to go over that layer. Or maybe it doesn't. I'm gonna try doing some jitter brush techniques for this. I've never done those before, but they looked pretty cool from the tutorial. Basically a way to make it so it looks, the coloring when I get to that looks a little different every time. So that way it's not just one flat color the whole time, but it could get boring. I keep accidentally scrolling way off where I want to be. Hey, when that happens. Have you ever gotten a movie stuck in your head? And not even one that you've seen before, but you find yourself continuously, like, just no thoughts, head drifting back to thinking about the movie again. The weirdest thing. I don't know what to do with my dang self. Especially since I can't seem to find a good free source to actually watch the dang thing. The movie is called Top Secret, if anyone is curious. Apparently by one of my favorite director teams, too. remember too that this is still only the line art. Don't need to rush ahead of myself to get solid color in. Boy, tonight really quieted down fast. Hope y'all that are out there are still enjoying yourselves. I do need to do the edge too. Alright, we've made it down to the final hour of stream. I hope that y'all have enjoyed yourselves. Where do we go from here? I could try doing more of the jawline. Huh? Probably gonna not doing that right now. Where I want to go from here now. So we could start outlining arrows. There. A little thicker. I'll move the reference over a little more. It's not super clear what this part within this collar is. A little unfortunate. I'm pretty sure this is the highest resolution reference I can find. Well, I mean, I know it's the highest resolution one available because I got it straight from them. I'll have to ask him about it tomorrow. What the heck? No. Give me this. Yeah, that should do. just feels so easy to use. I gotta remember to try this one out more often. It really is an easy paint. Okay. This far. Gotta be that's 6. up is the little cryptids room soon. Should probably do that sooner rather than later. I will BRB again, chat. Bear with me. Come back. They'll miss me. Let's see how much more I can get done tonight. I want to just bite the bullet and do the hands now. Yeah, probably should. Be responsible in that shit. 8 of 5. No idea where the song is from, but something in me wants to say near. Just been my go-to these days for the song is good. And it's from a video game or something. I don't know if I can clue where it is. I don't know, let's just assume near, I guess. Don't prove it otherwise. Mm. There we go, that's better. I always hate having to go through the fine-tooth comb to get all these little bits and bobs, because inevitably I always miss them anyway. There's always something I forget something. Look. Look. Hey, Totoro. Can I help you? He's just sort of sat at the doorway. Can I help you, baby boy? You need something? You good? Yes, he's good out there. Hmm. I'd like to honestly try and do as much of this as I can on air, but I do kind of worry a little bit if it might take too long. Right now, that's the wrong layer. Yeah. Oh, no. I think that should work. Save. reading this visually right. No, I'm not. So this has to actually be a little further. I'm not super good at drawing these arm lines, but we'll do what we can. That's not right. Almost done with the night, just 5 more minutes. Man, I'm a little sad. Like we were just starting to really make some progress. Yes. I'll have to ask him tomorrow about what this part that I can't quite make out is. Oh, there's also the bow around the neck. See if I can find a place for it. I think it's roughly the same color at least, so that'll be easy. But let's make it a little lighter just to differentiate it a little easier. We're only going to be seeing like a part of it, so it doesn't have to be super detailed. No, the mouth doesn't quite look right here anymore. Either that, or I'm gonna have to move the hands and the puff closer. Might be both. Maybe? I might still be able to make it work as is, though. So let's see about that first. Cleaning up my liner art a little bit before I call it a night. Never feels good to end a night with sloppy lines. It ain't much we got done on this, but it's honest work. Maybe that's all it needs to be tonight. Especially since it wasn't even like the main focus of what we did. I feel pretty okay about it. How did this get up here? Oh dear. Oh, that was very unsightly. Right, I think I'll call it here before I end up spending too much longer on this. I say as I proceed to immediately spend longer on this. I swear to frickin' gosh. Okay, now I'm gonna force myself to stop. Alright. Let's pop over here. Stop the music for tonight. Ah, that was really nice. Thank you for keeping me company, chap. Oh. Thanks, Tibby. Alright, so if you want to hang out and be social with me, the first link there is the Discord. If you want to chat and hang out and do anything fun with any of the wonderful people that have decided to be a part of this community, then join the Discord. Then we got the Twitter. I put my memes and artwork and tabletop stuff and my schedule. That all gets put up over there. And then finally my YouTube, where I put my VODs when I remember, hey, I should probably put my VODs somewhere. Okay, so we've got one more stream this calendar week. That is going to be tomorrow, Friday, at 2 p.m. EST. It's going to be a bit of a flexible sort of day. And we are going to be, well, honestly, I might be working a little more on this, but I'll also be trying out a game, I think. We'll see. But yeah, probably game, definitely some artwork. Hope to see you there. Alright, let's see now. We'll Okay, so yeah, Friday, 2 p.m. EST. Artwork, gaming, even more? See you then. Let's see. Now then, time to find someone we can raid. All right. Do y'all want to see artwork or games tonight for the raid? Whoever's got any kind of opinions. What are you feeling? Artwork or games? Alright, I'll flip a coin or something. All are tough sometimes. Okay, artwork it is. Alright, you know, I've never seen this person before, but they seem pretty nice, and I think I'm gonna rate them. Let me put that up. They do have a followers only chat at the moment, so if y'all don't want to follow, I fully understand. I hope you have a good one regardless. Alright, so if you feel like following and want to use a raid message, there you go. If not, I totally understand. Let me give you all a hug, though. Smooch if you prefer. And I hope to see you this Friday at 2 p.m. EST for some more variety Flex Friday, a little bit of artwork, a little bit of games, a whole lot of love, and see you there. Yeah, for now though, remember that somebody really cares about you, and take care of yourself. Let's go say hi to this new folks. Let's go say hi to Soph, alright? I love you. See you Friday at 2. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.